Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. More into the chasm today. Still prototyping those spinning obstacles. I did discover some new stuff last night about them that not really the greatest for us, and I was trying to think of ways around it, but honestly, I already informed my LD friend that here's when you shouldn't use these, and here's where you should use these. And the thing is, the specific use case of when you shouldn't use the spinning obstacle, it really is, don't use it with bounce pads as long as it is on the ground. Otherwise, you can use it with bounce pads. So, I don't know. I really don't think that we're going to run into an issue with it at all. And it's not really going to hinder anything, so, yeah. Specific use case that we can't use it for, it is what it is. Give me a sec, let me get my Spotify batch file up. Okay, let's dive back in. And I think we can finish up the spinning obstacles pretty quickly here, and then move on to the swinging obstacle. Which, to be fair, they're very similar, so there might be some overlap here. Which is okay. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, what I wanted to do, because we had the idea to have two separate children, one where we would have the spinning obstacle with arms, and one where it was just the center that was spinning. I think we can combine these and just allow the arms to be set to 0, because right now it's minimum 1. But if we bump this down to 0, then right here we can just run this destroy and check if number of arms is greater than 1, or if it's, let's just do if it's equal to 0. And if true, we will just exit out of the construction script. Oh, Spotify not playing songs? How new? Here we go. Hey, Cold as Fox. Good morning. It's gotten a little bit colder here, but only for today. Actually, yesterday was pretty nice out too. But it'll be warm again tomorrow and then back to cold again. So my thought is we allow number of arms to go to 0 and just use the base as the spinning center. So we'll have two options in one here. Make that our current data layer. I'm going to organize all of the variables once we have them in. Child actor mesh. That is the arms, child arm actor mesh. Show base, child arm, child arm, child arm. We'll want the speed for spinning, and that is a rotator, technically. The rotation rate. I mean, do we set that in the construction script, or do we just do that at begin play? I think we could do it in the construction script. Well, let me test it. I think it would be fine. Yeah, it's fine. Coin Pusher Reloaded HD Deluxe Chapter 2. HD. 16K. 1,000 times the detail. Swimming physics. Players, arm children. Details field. Oh, I see that. Oh, that's actually kind of nice because you used to have large comment blocks and they were just really unwieldy when trying to see them, so you can just hover over and get details. That's really nice actually. I was looking at them like they added something new to this. It's that details tab. Fair enough, I enjoy it. Okay, let's promote this to a variable. We can call this rotation rate, that's fine. Also pivot translation, but I don't really know what to feel about that. Oh, I see. We can change the location at which the rotation is happening around the pivot. So it's like an offset for the rotation pivot. I see. Planar movement. I don't think we'll ever use that. But I do think we want update only if rendered on by default. Hey Noise. Don't forget the water reflections. Everything being wet to bro. Oh yeah. Make the scene wet, yeah. Making a test project. This is a separate game that we're working on with a couple of people. And it's a platformer. Meant to be like a rage precision platformer. So it'll be very difficult. You will fall a lot. And it will make you angry. Or, if you don't want to play something like that, you can watch your favorite content creators play it and get very upset. Which is also fun. Spawn arms for static mesh. Spawn arms for actor. Okay, apart from rotation rate, we're gonna want the base mesh and probably a base scale too. Well, no, because we can just scale it up, right? Let's not include the base scale for now if we ever need to. Very easy to add them. And maybe we could even allow for a... No, we'll just do a base mesh for now. I was gonna say like maybe we could add like a custom actor support, but that might be annoying to do. Because we use the spinning base as the parent to attach arm components to. If I have to switch out that spinning base static mesh for a child actor component, It's just gonna make the whole thing messy. So probably best not to. 'Getting over it? Exactly, yes. 3D platformers are really hard to get right, so you'll need a great level designer. He's a good friend of mine. We work together, and he's worked in games for quite a while. I think he knows what he's doing. Most important thing though is getting the platforming mechanics right and making the player feel enjoyable to control. So we've gone ahead and we've created some prototype mechanics, so like disappearing platforms. And that's the one where the timer continues even if you're off of it. This is one where this shows how you can change the timer speed. One where the timer pauses while you're off. Timer reverses when off. A nice one. Timer restarts when you're off. And then I made them destructible too, which is kind of cool. Bonk. What else have we made so far? Moving platforms. They will follow a spline. You can adjust the speed, and speed is constant despite length. I fell. Speed is of course adjustable. We have custom curve support for these. Optional kill at destination. And we can do respawn. Yes, we're not doing 2 dimensions, we're doing 3 dimensions. It supports custom actors, which means it also works with our timed platforms, like you can see here. That'll be quite useful. I've worked on some surface materials, so things like ice and mud. That was a little bit hacky to get working, because the player controller is technically not a physics actor, so if you put him on a slippery surface, he's not gonna know that it's slippery, right? So that was a bit annoying to get working, and even more so I got it working with non-flat surfaces, so it operates exactly like you would want and expect an ice surface to work. I think the level designer's gonna have a lot of fun with that one. Hey Lepus. And the most recent thing that I've fully worked on was the bounce pads. So just basic bouncy pads, you can see here. The impulse strength is adjustable as well. Well, here's the thing, Anomalies, is that because we know what surface we're on at every time, there's a you can actually see the trace underneath the character here. Let me use a different color than red. We know what surface we're on at any time, so if we ever need to play any certain animations or whatever, we can do that. We can bounce anything with a static mesh component or with a movement component. The impulse is static, so mass is taken into account. So things that are heavier won't bounce as much. And we can toggle player and mesh acceptance for the bouncing, which is quite nice. Although ignore one weird thing happening with the player that you see every second here. Actually need to fix that today. Bounce pads without player acceptance. Shouldn't fire. Have to work around a weird Unreal Engine bug. And it is based on your impact normal, so you do get bounced in the direction that you would expect to get bounced in. Which means I can just press forward and move like this. What if you climb on top of those cubes? I can show you what happens. Ooh. It's too heavy. I feel like there could be some fun workarounds to certain platforming sections with the player doing that. So I'm gonna embrace it. And we can customize the mesh, of course. And being a separate actor, it means we can also use it with our blinds, of course. Now, the really awesome part about the surface materials, too, that I forgot to mention, is that it is based on physical materials, which means you can have an actor or a mesh with multiple materials in the same mesh. So as you can see here, this is one mesh with 3 materials and different elements. So that'll make it very easy to make some custom meshes with their own material layers. Why did the bouncing go so hard? Where? They're so heavy that they can stop bouncing. Yeah, the player is pretty heavy. The one you stood on? The one I stood on was purposefully set to a very low mass. So the impulse takes mass into account. So this is a very, very light cube. I think it's like 1 kilo or something. And now we're just working on those spinning obstacles. I broke it. Don't worry, I think it should respawn. I think with the data layer it should. Yeah. One of the nice benefits of data layers. And this is our current venture. Trippy. My head, yeah. I'll fix that later. Don't let me forget to fix that. Expecting to launch. I mean, we can apply an impulse. There was one problem though with the impulse that we found. So there was a bug yesterday with the way that Unreal handles the rotational movement component, is that this is purely kinematic. It is not sweeping for physics updates while it spins, which, if that sounds confusing, just know that what it's doing right now is it's not going to be doing any physics checks while it's spinning, which is kind of weird. I don't know why Unreal works like this, but that's the way that it works. And what I would have to do is make each of these arms, which are components at the moment, spins separately, which is not really the most optimal way to make it work. So if the player themselves is moving into it, it's going to be doing those checks like you would see me doing here. If I'm standing still and it hits me, it's not going to be doing those physics checks, which is really fucking annoying, and I can't, there's no workaround to it. Unless I added a custom rotational movement component that does actually perform the sweep, which would be expensive computationally, but there are workarounds to that too. What I mainly want to avoid is going to be the player being able to stand on top of it, because I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of the obstacle as a whole. We don't want to do ragdolls because I think ragdolls are not going to be fun in a game like this, especially one where this is the main map here that we're blocking out. I don't really imagine ragdolling all the way down to the bottom of this chasm is going to be the most enjoyable thing. Because it's pretty fucking big. Because the problem with ragdolls is that they're not controllable. Hey, Insight. How you doing? We'd rather make like the controls really tight so it feels good to control your character, but make the obstacles and sections difficult themselves, and that's where the challenge comes from. Whereas most of these like rage platformers, they make controlling your character really annoying. I don't know, I'm not really a fan of that. I'd rather have tight controls, tough sections, because then that rewards skill as opposed to just working around moving some, you know, blobby character. When was the last time I saw you drinking normal water? Man, like maybe 3 years ago. How could I? I mean, the player doesn't perform hits when standing on top of these, right? Let me check. Let me check. Yeah, you see how like it doesn't really trigger hit events properly? That's one of the issues with this. But I'm wondering if the player standing on top of it will trigger it, but I don't think that it will. Yeah. Bumping the player off of that might be more challenging than we think. I mean, we could just let the player ride it. I mean, if the player can get up on one of those, I think that's part of the fun too. It's not really like it breaks anything. I mean, if you're standing over a massive pit, right? and you have one of these spinning obstacles here, let's just draw it like this, and you manage to, I mean, we could either just say that you're supposed to jump on the arms to platform over to another one. We can always hide the base too, so don't worry about that. We have a boolean for that. So maybe we embrace the fact that the player can jump up on the arms as part of the moving. Standing would give me motion sickness. That's perfect. Ow. Oh fuck. You're not supposed to hurt when you stretch. We don't want to do any ragdolls. I don't like ragdolls in these types of games. I don't think it'll be fun. I have the ability to do it. I don't think ragdolls are fun though. We can always add it later too, but I think that it would just make the game too challenging to play. Alright, let's do a validated get. Set static mesh. And simulate the player getting motion sickness. I think the player is going to have enough challenges having to climb up a very difficult, massive map already. Kenji's which CP video? You mean Cyberpunk? Or do you mean Roblox? Club Penguin. Okay, so I've basically seen like nothing about Roblox, right? I watched Asmon play Roblox for 1 hour. If you let your kid play this game, I feel like you are a terrible parent. Simple as that. Like, 1 hour was enough to convince me that no. Don't do it. Like, just buy Minecraft. Just buy Minecraft. How difficult is it? Just buy a copy of Minecraft. Sit down with your kid. You can get a fucking mini PC and have a server up that's persistent. It's not difficult. Just do that. Just let them play Minecraft. They get to have fun. They have their sandbox. They can create and do whatever they want. Do not let them play Roblox. I mean, if the parent's playing with the kid, it's better. But why take the risk? Just let them play Minecraft. What do you say about people in their 20s who played it as a kids and still play it? Install Steam. $10. And this shit goes down to like $2.50 during Steam sales. What are you doing? $15. What else do you need? Yeah, you want your crazy sandbox. There it is. It's been around for like over a decade and a half, I think. It's almost 2 decades, actually. Jesus Christ. Like, what are you doing? Okay, make sure this is a instance editable. This too. And that should accept any new base mesh. But it will still be... Yeah. You can get on top of it, but you can't use the climbing to get on top. I think I'm gonna make that an option. Because right now I kind of just hard code it. And that is hideable too, so you can just do this and then not have that base at all. If you don't want it. And then we can hook up into BPC climbable so we can make a climbable boolean. The time of the fucking dick pic was up on the Roblox store for over an hour. Jesus Christ. What if you add the ice material on these so you can't stay on it? Yeah, you can do it. Yeah, you can do it. I will show you. In fact, what we could do is... we could make a arm... physical material. Well, I can show you what it looks like right now anyway. It is moving pretty fast though, so I'll slow it down just so we can see it in action. And I'll make them a bit wider. It's not great, I'll tell you that. Ooh. Definitely making those ice makes it pretty hard to stay on them. Looks way user-friendly than Unity. And personally, I think that Unreal Engine is very user-friendly, yeah. I think it's very, very easy to prototype and make things. And to be fair, I see people who are really, really good Unity developers prototyping in Unreal and then, you know, making the game in Unity, just because Unreal is just like so fast to prototype and get things working. And I've also seen the same in like Game Maker, Roblox, any engine, any way. The best way to make your prototype is the way that is the fastest and most reliable for you, right? And you can use any engine for prototyping, and then just jump back to your home engine to actually develop the game. %100% works. Hey CEO silliness. Add the water, add the life mix, then together imaginary technique. Actually, there will be fishing in this game. You know, it's funny that you mentioned stuff like that because there will be fishing in this game. You think it would take you more than a year to get a single mechanic to work? I disagree. 4 hours. I can teach you how to make a full working gameplay loop in 4 hours. Should get a tutor? You should. So yeah, the brilliance of using the physical materials for everything is just that we can, anything that we want a physical material on, we can just throw it on there. A year to get to learn how to use Unreal at your level? No, it would take you longer. It would take you over 5 years to learn how to use Unreal at my level. I promise you. I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm just saying that with the amount of stuff that I know about this engine, it would take 5 years. I've been using Unreal for over 10 years. But to just learn how to start making mechanics, the most important thing is, if you're wanting to learn blueprints, is to understand coding enough to know the logic behind it. But some people who are really good coders cannot work with blueprints at all. Just they can't wrap their brain around blueprinting. .1% chance of it happening, it just like kills you. Oof. What is your suggestion to replicate your experience in a shorter time frame? It's, I mean, it's knowledge and experience. Like, you just gotta fuck around with things. Is really what it comes down to. What was I gonna add? Oh yeah, physical material override for the arms. It can be done. Arm physical material override. Static mesh component. I think I can just apply it directly from this. Yeah, we're fine. One thing I find is great for inspiration is just to play other new games, especially indie games, so they often have new ideas. Yes. I have strangely worked with both producers and designers who don't really play a lot of games. And in my experience, they're some of the worst designers and producers in the industry. Child actor. I mean, guess I could grab the first component of type. A little bit awkward though. Just like the potion making game, or is it different? This is different than the potion making game. Put more into featuring game because they think it's cool but don't play games. Shut the fuck up. I mean, my dad wanted to be a game developer, but you know, he was trying to enter at a time where, you know, it was just kind of, it wasn't nearly as big as it is now. So if you know, he kind of like missed that experience. But he does try to talk to me about things that he think would be cool. And I know he's not going to see this because he's working really hard. He's very busy. His ideas are kind of shit. I hate to say it. The ideas are kind of shit. But I would like to make an RPG game for him. I want to make a game that I know that he would play and that he would enjoy playing. The problem is the games that he enjoys playing are going to be very expensive for me to make. So I got to work my way up to that. What do I think of the base character model? I think it looks nice. Very edgy eyes. Women will love him. Women will see a character like him or the hero and be like meh, but then see some psychopathic killer that would probably strangle them at their earliest convenience and be like, oh my god, he's so hot. Go on, tell me I'm wrong. Okay, that should work. Let's see if that works. That is not working. Really doesn't like that, huh? What was the game concept that you settled on? Or which game? This one? This is a Rage precision platformer. And I am responsible for making the mechanics for the game. We have somebody else for art, we have somebody else for the level design, so I am working on the mechanics for LD primarily right now. I am a mechanic, that's right. Look, it's not setting the physical material. Why? What physical material are we even getting from this right now? The better question. It is not updating for sure. Okay, it's kind of weird. Can you just grab the static mesh and then set the physical material from that? Hmm. Alright, let's see why. Set physical material override. Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm doing. That is weird though. What by definition is a prototype and what justifies it is execution concept or what? Execution concept? I've never heard that. I mean, a prototype is something that tests whether... I mean, a prototype has so many different purposes. One purpose for a prototype, especially in games, is to test whether something is fun, right? But a prototype could also be you're testing to see if an implementation can work, which is not fun. You know, the end result isn't fun, but it's more about resolving unknowns. You might be doing a technical prototype to see if, is this way going to work? Is it performant? Are we able to do it? And it might be a combination of both factors. It might be, is this fun? And also, can we do it? And is this going to work in this way? So that's what a prototype should resolve, is one or multiple of those questions. I feel like this just isn't working. Should I maybe try setting the physical material before we attach the component? I mean, I have no idea why that would be a problem, but... if not, it's not a big deal. You can always make custom arms anyway, so if you wanted to have, you know, a different mesh for that, that's fine. So we can work around it even if this doesn't work in the way that it should be working. Yeah, that might be bugged. There's no reason why that shouldn't work. Okay. I mean, last thing I'll try is just forcing it here. Nope, it does not like that. Alright, well, we'll skip that for now then. Proof of concept I get, but I understand people want something tangible, even if bad, but I don't know if it needs to be me that makes it. Well, in your case, you're wanting money for development. You need to show that if you can't make it, that you can lead the people that make it. And do you think that you have the experience and capability to lead a team of people in a way that when they tell you that something will or won't work, that you know if they're telling the truth, if they're being lazy, if they might be overlooking a concept? I mean, to lead a game development team, you need to be very, very competent about game development. And about all aspects of game development, which is usually why producers and game designers, like there's two pathways for a game designer, is that they'll become like a creative lead or a team lead, or they'll become a producer, because there's just a lot of that same requirements for the job that are in there. I don't know why it will or won't work, but that is lack of experience, and that's a lot of experience. I mean, that's over a decade of experience, at least. If you can't do it yourself, then you won't be able to tell if it is truly possible or not. You can also get fooled very easily, too. I've worked in a team like that had a leader of the company who didn't know much about game development, and he had a habit of hiring people that were very charismatic and confident and seemed to know what they're talking about. And he didn't know that they didn't know what they're talking about, but anybody in the industry was like, bro, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And yeah, that led to a lot of problems. And understandably, when you are in a position where you hire people and put them in charge, you need to defend their capabilities, right? You can't just have people constantly doubting leadership. That's not good for anybody. At the same time, if you have instilled leaders into these roles who are not competent and everybody is saying it, then you need to kind of question whether or not you're hiring and putting in charge the right people. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like working with, you know, people who aren't developers. Get really good at executing prototypes really fast, test them, and then polish them to where they need to be. Basically a producer. Here's the thing though, I've worked with a lot of incompetent producers too. Finding a good producer is extremely difficult. Very, very challenging to find a good producer. Because they might be good at managing tasks, but then they don't know shit about game development. They might know some stuff about game development, but they're not effective communicators. And you need somebody in a producer role who's really good at managing tasks, who is great at multitasking, who is really effective at communicating, and can balance the needs of the team, investors, outsourcing, and publisher all at the same time. It is a really, really demanding job to do right. Extremely challenging. I think we'll just call it child arm mesh. Child arm origin offset. Arm scale. This is for the base. This is rotation.
FBI, open up!
Wait, I have child arm rotation and... Oh, yeah, this is child arm... Let's call this like local rotation. Or we can do like rotation offset or something. Base mesh. Core. Child. Sorry, I've been playing too much Roblox, you know, just can't help myself. Alright, let's reorder these. Show base in game, base mesh, child arm, rotation offset, rotation rate. I think that's pretty good. So setting this all back to default. You throw it down, you have this, and you're like, okay, I want 4 arms. And we want to use a custom child actor. We want our bounce pads, right? Let's offset these. And let's make them half as large. There's 2 spinning bases. Why? Let me rename this to spinning base config. That'll work. And we don't want to show the base in game. And we don't want it to be climbable. Or no, in this case we can make it climbable. But I think that that only applies to the base mesh. Because the children themselves will have their own setting for that. That is way too fast of a rotation rate for that. Holy shit. Maybe we'll make the default like 90 or something. That's at least a little bit more manageable. Even that's pretty tough though. The rotation kind of fucks you up. Which, I mean, for a rage platformer is pretty good. I'm happy with that. Do we want to make it so that the climbable boolean also applies to children too? We could always make separate booleans for that, so we can make like base climbable and then children climbable. Since I think all of them should have yeah, I could set it. I mean, I use an interface for it, so why not? Why not? Which interface is that? API platforms. Update climbable status. Okay, and then in here, we need the children added first. By the way, if you like this song currently playing, it is from Titan Quest 2. Really good soundtrack. Wasn't expecting it. And these are just scene component object references. I don't think that it's going to accept a interface message. I mean, it's easy to test. We'll just slow it down a lot so that we can actually, like, look at it. Yeah, that did not update it. We can cast a child actor. If that succeeds, we can get the child actor. And send the message there. And we'll see if that works. It did not. BPC climbable. Do valid. That worked. Is a bit annoying that it doesn't search down the components for interfaces too. I suppose I could. Oh no, it's fine. That works. Okay, that'll work for the child actors. If that fails, we know that we're using static meshes. In which case, the BPC climbable should intervene normally. I think. So we can do a quick Boolean check here just as a way to prevent unnecessary iterations in the construction script. Updates climbable status for child actors if relevant. That'll work. But I will use a separate boolean for that. We'll do B arms climbable. Granted, can I make the base climbable, not the arms? I don't think I can separate those. I can if we use child actor components for the arms, but the base, because I add static mesh components, I don't think I can separate those two. So we'll just say it's one or all. No matter what you do, your code is always messy. Yeah, it's gonna come back to bite you in the ass with refactoring. You are creating tech debt. But I've been there. All right, I think we're ready to set up the section then, with explanations. We'll start with something very simple and we can use those. Hold on. Make current data layer. Let's copy this over. There we go. Spinning obstacle. This is probably going to need a lot of space, and I might not have enough space here, so we'll have to widen it out if we need to. Easy spawn. Let me rename this real quick to... No, this is fine. This'll work. Let's do show with 2 arms, normal pads. Arms can be number of arms is adjustable. Customizable offset and rotation. Speed is adjustable. Do not celebrate 4th of July? I mean, in Poland, they have their own Independence Day. I do not watch King of the Hill, though. Future-proof your code as much as you can, but my code always looks very messy. Still keeps in mind for future modifications. It's kind of a waste of time, in my opinion. You should only make adjustable and customizable what you want to make. Because not everything needs to be future-proof, right? It's not efficient. Probably not speed, but rotation rate. Rotation rate is adjustable. Rotation is local, so entire actor can be freely rotated. Can turn off or customize. We can say we can turn off base or can customize base mesh. Can turn off base mesh. This is gonna be big, but it's fine. In a way, you kind of want to future-proof systems. I don't think so. I think if you know something is going to be closed and very limited, just hard code it. I mean, yeah, it might turn out in the future that you want to expand upon it. Sure, that's always a possibility. But wasting time to make everything scalable and modular and beautiful, quickest way to bloat your timeline. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, yeah. I do see a lot of junior coders jumping in and just trying to make everything like scalable. Probably don't get a lot of remasters. I think so. We'll see how this works. There's a lot of customizable parts to this. Like for me, I make all of this modular and customizable because we're making a platformer game. So giving the strongest tool set to the level designer, and in a way that we know that we're going to probably want to make more levels than just the initial one after we release, this will speed up development greatly. So for me, this is really important to get right. And it doesn't take me too long to do. Then it's like we just make new assets, we make a new level, and I don't really need to touch any of the code again from that point. This is the Metal Gear Solid sneaky game? No. This is a rage platformer. With 2 arms normal. 2 arms normal path. What's the mesh for that? What? A rage/precision platformer. They're mostly called precision platformers. But I think there is a difference between precision platformer and like rage platformer. Personally. This is the 552. Why do I not see the mesh? Everything's working fine, but I don't see the mesh. Why is that? It's so weird. Let me see. I forgot to hook that back up. That was my problem. After deleting the physical material. Looks much better. What's the biggest game in this category? Well, it used to be only Up until it got delisted because it stole assets. It's a genre that we feel doesn't have a whole lot of games with high quality. And a lot of them rely on really horrible character movement mechanics. And they don't really focus on actually just being fun. So I think that we can do better. Hey, Stream Chef. When I was still making games and not tooling, architecture, or automotive stuff, we had a pretty neat trick for making future-proofing stuff into new features. Pick a random thing and add. Try to 100 times, 1,000 times it if your game can handle it. You usually have something unique. An interesting way to do it. I think Chained Together took a top spot. It kind of did. I'm not a big fan of multiplayer games though, so we're just gonna make this single player. You have a bad tendency to post walls of text. I do that too. I kind of prefer it. I don't have the attention span of a goldfish. I might get distracted easily, but I don't have a. I prefer watching. I'm one of those people that if you show me a YouTube video, it's like, here's a 2-hour documentary about nuts and bolts. Yeah, fire it up. Let's fucking go. I don't need Subway Surfers gameplay to be playing in the corner just so I can maintain interest. Do we want to move this closer? Or maybe make 2 of these? We'll try to make the rotation. I'm going to lower the default rotation rate to 90. Even 90 is a bit too fast. Ooh, you know what I don't like? I don't like the camera moving with the player while they're spitting. How could I stop that? How could I stop that? There might be an easy setting. Oh fuck, I just got an eyelash in my eye. Ow. Mirror's Edge would do good in this genre. I think Mirror's Edge is kind of considered a precision platformer, yeah. Fuck me. Okay, I think I got it out. No, I don't mind watching listening to a video while I'm playing a game or something, right? Because some games are just great for that, but it depends on the game. Some games I like to just focus on and get immersed in. Other games, if I'm playing like Minecraft or something, fuck yeah, load up a podcast, something I can listen to, an audiobook, whatever. That's how I can just chill out. I can just mine and just relax for the whole day. I think that's different than having to have Subway Surfers gameplay up to focus on any video. That's just absurd. U5 camera rotating with character. How to separate character rotation with camera rotation. There's an option in the character class defaults. Set the rotation from the controller's yaw. Orient rotation to movement. Okay. We have that turned on. I don't know what its default value is, but let's make a mental note that we will definitely forget. See if this fixes it. Oh. Okay, well, let's... It's both what I want, but not what I want. It fixes this problem, but now it makes character movement look weird. Son of a bitch. A full stack developer, thank you for the follow. Nice name grab, by the way. Okay, this is exactly what I want for the camera. But now we've ruined... let me see. Rotate the character towards the direction of acceleration using rotation rate as the rate of rotation change. Overrides use controller desired rotation. Normally you will want to make sure that other settings are cleared, such as B use controller rotation yaw. Use controller desired rotation. It's in the rotational settings too. You're now being watched. That guy is definitely undercover. You think so? Don't break terms of service. When have I ever broken terms of service? What does this do? Okay. Try switching though. Okay, ideally, here's what we want. For the camera, I want both of those off. Because that works. Exactly the way that I want it to. But it does make the character move in a way that I don't like at all. This is absurd. Is there any way that I can get the best of both worlds here? Rotate the character towards the direction of acceleration. The problem is that we're not... I probably could just manage that in a custom way. Like anytime input is added, I can move I can change the character's yaw into that direction. I can get the forward vector of the camera. So maybe let's try that. We'll turn this off. Movement input. I'll just try with the follow camera. Get forward vector. Can I get the rotation from that? Or I could just grab the rotation of the camera itself. Get world rotation. Set actor rotation. Let's try it. I mean, if we're okay with the running backwards, because I could always change that. That could have been the way that it was working before, to be fair. Was that working before? You're FX. I hope everybody's doing well. Especially you fine lurkers. It did rotate the full character. What do you guys prefer? Do you prefer this form of movement? Like without changing your camera? Do you prefer this? Or this? For a platformer game. I don't know why he's not running left though. It's kind of weird. It's kind of awkward. I think I prefer the first, where your full character moves in that direction. Instead of getting the camera's rotation, we can probably get the control rotation. What was the game you were working on before that called? Cauldron Chronicles. The first implementation is more natural, I agree too. I think it just looks better and it feels better. And ultimately what we want is a really good feel to it, right? Because it's a platformer game, so how the player feels to control I think is the most important. And the second one, yeah, the second one I think is really good in first person, but no, I prefer the first as well. Was that your MVP? That was our first playable. It was a mix. It was a mix between first playable and vertical. Like, it was way more visually advanced than you would normally want to go for with a prototype, but certainly way less than what a vertical slice is. It was a playable prototype. How can we get this? Get right vector, get forward vector. How can we translate this input into rotational space? Maybe let's see what it looks like. Let's first analyze the data that we have. I assume that it's like, 0 to 1 or negative 1 to 1, right? Would be my assumption. Yes. Maybe there's an easier way. Because couldn't we just get the actor location and grab the target? Sometimes this math stuff can break my brain. Easier if we have like the forward vector, but I don't know if we can just grab. Maybe we can. Hold on. But it needs of something. I'm wondering if we can just grab it, get actor forward vector. Let me just see what this does. But it's that static forward. Because we aren't actually rotating. Would you say is missing to make it an MVP? I think, well, technically it is. Like, I think Golden Chronicles was at MVP level. I mean, we had pretty much every single, we had most features that we wanted in some way, but MVP is literally minimum viable product. Can you sell it at that point? And no, we were far away from that, I think. Like I told you, MVP is something that you have to do like once you're already working on your milestones. It's something that is far away from your initial prototyping. Let me turn this back on. You know what's funny is I can track back every single annoying thing that I've had to work on in the engine, and it's almost always with rotation. Every fucking time it's with rotation. What am I wanting from this? We want the original movement back where the direction that you are moving in rotates towards that acceleration. I mean, then is acceleration also the vector in this case? Not just a float? It is. Computed from the input. Okay. Which, I mean, to be fair, is pretty much just also the forward vector, but that's more useful. Vector and rotation. Rotation calculation is a nightmare. Yeah, it always is. I just need more practice with it. And I always feel like there's... I know the node exists that I want. What's rotation from X? I mean, maybe one of these does something. Make a rot. Why is make rot from XY though? Inputs need to be normalized. Just plug some things in and see what happens. I swear, wait, hold on. Isn't that giving me a Y that I could use? I feel like that Y is usable. Oh, because that's the yaw. I was reading it as a Y, but that's the fucking yaw. Okay, no, that's right. Okay, plug that in. Just skip the print for a moment. I mean, that looks proper. Let me go test it out with the spinning obstacles. I think it was a little bit smoother before, but, you know, I'm also on a fucking keyboard, so. It's gonna look a lot smoother with a controller, of course. I don't think... I can test it out. I can probably try to move it in a more elegant way, but... Add a collision box? The thing is, if we add a collision box to the platforms, I think that that's just going to start to add... It minimizes the amount of customization that could be done with the platforms, because the platforms themselves have customizable meshes and actor support. So we would have to have collision boxes that match all of those, or set custom bounding box, which can be really messy with more complex meshes. So this works a lot more universally. Hey Simon. What up? This works. Let me compare it to what it was before. Just out of curiosity. Oh, I've successfully reworked the character system now. The only thing that isn't happening is it's not very smooth. Which I might be able to fix with like an F interp or something. Or even a linear interp. So we get the best of both worlds, because right now if you jump on one of these platforms, this is what happens. That's not great. However, if I turn it off, we get this for the movement, which is also not great, though it fixes the camera problem. If I run my own custom code, we get the previous movement with the player, and we get the fixed camera. Which I think is better. 100% better. And I mean, honestly, to fix it, it was just this. So, really not that much work or overhead for the player. Probably to even try to maybe, instead of setting active rotation, I wonder if we could do an add. Well, that isn't normalized, right? That wouldn't be normalized. couldn't we normalize the rotator? We can get the delta rotator. I don't think this is gonna look better though. We just gonna look freakier. Aha! It's beautiful. Yeah, it's all perfect. I don't think the F interp is really gonna be. We would need the time and the speed for it. I don't know, let me fool around with the F interp and see if anything can be done. Not my area of expertise though, so don't get too excited. We're just setting the rotation instantly, so I don't really think this is gonna work properly. I also feel like it's not taking shortest path. And you can see that on the switch between the 0 to 360. So it is working, just not for that 0 to 360. Is always the problematic area. That's right here. I can't. I always forget how to fix that though. I feel like we solved it in System Break, but I forget how we solved it in System Break, but I can pull it up. Let me pull up System Break, just to see if I can remember what I did to fix that there. And I'll be right back. Yeah, go to the bathroom. You know what I bet we did is I bet we lerped rotators. Where was it? I hit it behind something. Yeah, I think I hit it here. Clamp angle. Brake rotator. Blah, 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 blah. I know there's a lerp rotator, and I feel like part of my memory is saying, yeah, that's exactly what you want. But I would need the... You should know lerp too. Because this will take shortest path, which is exactly what we want. But it's not, because we would need the alpha. I don't really have an alpha to plug into this. Probably should be using quaternions, but I don't know what the fuck to do with quaternions. I'd have to make a quaternion. Which, I mean, maybe? I don't know. Two rotator. I mean, I can give it a try. I never messed around with quads, though. First problem solving always comes from the bath. Either that or the, well, I mean, it would be considered part of the bathroom, but the shower, right? I'll just make duplicates. Recombine the structure. Get actor. Oh, wait, 2 quat. We would still need the alpha though, right? I guess if I use the F interp. Aha! No jitteriness around the 0 to 360 mark. And we have some nice smooth rotation that mimics the original rotation. But now, hopefully, we shouldn't have the camera bug. We've recreated the smooth rotation of the original movement controller rotation. Ideally without the camera rotation problem. Oh. Yeah, that feels nice. That's way better. I still don't know what the fuck a quaternion is or how it works, but I got it working magically. Now I can pretend to know what I'm talking about, and I'm gonna make a 20-minute long YouTube video about quaternions. Just call me Microsoftware. By the way, I worked at Blizzard. Invented by an Irish guy, really? Quaternions? Alright, let me clean up the nodes then. So I think that looks great. Really? William Rowan Hamilton. What a fucking name. Holy shit, that's such a good name. Slurp. I love the name of that. How did you fix your rotation? Oh, I just slurped, man. Hardcore slurping. Custom rotational fix sense. What was the Boolean name that we had to turn off? Orient rotation to movement. Replicates rotation with Boolean on. Allows for camera rotation independent from character. That looks good, right? This feels pretty good. Like, you guys don't notice any weird stuff happening? Like, ignore the traces, right? But the character itself. I can see if the gamepad works. I don't know if default it will. I'll try it. Yes, I will. I think that feels pretty good. It should feel arcadey, but not jittery. And the movement mode is still instant, right? So it's not like GTA or something, or Red Dead, where your character has a little bit of like weighty, realistic movement to it. If you want to move left or right, you can instantly move that. It's just your character's rotation will be interpreted to the new location. Oh shit. Gotta add some more space for this. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, I set up blending the animations? No. I had to turn off a Boolean on the character movement controller to fix the camera here, because otherwise the camera will orient. Okay, well, No, it was orienting the character to the rotation, which means that basically your camera was going like this. Which, yeah, not great for a platformer game, so I, I unticked that, but then it made the character, basically, if you wanted to move backwards, your character just ran backwards, but didn't orient themselves to that acceleration. So I set up a custom rotational fix for it to mimic how the Boolean works when it's on without the orienting of the camera. They're now controlled independently. Which I think looks really nice. It almost feels smoother than the default character movement controller. I kind of like it. Is that a controller? It is a controller in my hands. Yeah, I was testing it because with keyboard and mouse, it's kind of, you know, like I get cardinal directions. So I was trying to see how smooth it felt actually just rotating. What brand? This is the DualShock 5. This is the PlayStation controller. Really, really good feeling controller. Always hard to judge by view alone, but looks good from here. Yeah, if at some point I'll make like a build, I don't know, we don't really have any gameplay, right? So what's there to do? But I think it feels good. It feels really nice. It should feel how this is default, right? This is default movement and rotation. But this caused this problem. Not great. Unticking this hold on. Fixes the camera problem, but then we have this issue with movement. Obviously not going to work for a platformer game. So I did this. And this is the result. I think it's pretty nice. Leading kid were asking for controllers for the PC, so I've been looking into all the options. If you can get your hands on a PlayStation 5 controller, I think they feel really nice. Like they have a bit of weight to them, and they just feel well made. But there are some games, it depends on which ones, that may not support it natively, and it might still show glyphs for Xbox controllers. That's the biggest drawback. Steam will tell you though, Steam will say like whether or not it has full controller support or support for different controllers. Let me find like a recent game that came out. Well, Borderlands 4 will probably have it. It says partial controller support, your Xbox controller, your PlayStation controller. So realistically, if you want the most support and the correct glyphs, get an Xbox controller. And 64 USB controller from the Nintendo store. I think that the PlayStation 5's controller's features are best seen on a PlayStation 5. And if you ever get the chance, play like Astrobot, or what's the free one? Astro's Playroom is the free one for PlayStation 5. It's a cool controller. It has some really awesome tech behind it. I thought it was kind of gimmicky when I heard about it, and then I played Astro's Playroom, and I'm like, holy shit, this is actually really cool. 8-bit do. It's a nice looking one. I've always preferred the PlayStation layout for the... Oh, they even have versions of that. That's pretty cool. Oh my god, why is it... Please don't design your website in this way. Just switching colors. No, that's pretty cool that they have the PlayStation setup for it. Looks pretty nice. I wonder how they feel though. You play so many Switch nunchucks. Nintendo has great games, but they have no idea how to make good hardware. To help end up keeping themselves to themselves and self-making hardware. Oh, that's not supposed to happen in Europe. The top popping off. Man, I feel like Europe sometimes just treats you like you're a child. Illegal bottle. I've never seen anybody enforce those laws, at least here in Poland. Okay, very cool. We fixed the problem. Let's make a little bit of extra space here so that we can actually place platforms at a reasonable distance from each other. Shaken to the core when you crossed over to Switzerland and opened my $5 water bottle. Classic. They don't have the EU caps. Isn't that nice? What's the cap difference? So in... Actually, I can probably just show... I can pull this one off. You're not supposed to be able to pull them off. They lock the plastic. Oh, actually, I kind of fixed it so that you can't take the cap off of the bottle. And it's really fucking annoying. And like this one's kind of okay because you have a lot of like wiggle room here. But some of them are like you can't pull it back here, so you're like trying to take a drink and it's like jamming into your nose. Absolutely horrible. Yeah, it's me. I get distracted. Welcome to my stream. What are you gonna do? We'll probably want to make that even bigger. For now, that should be fine. Mostly just more room in the depth would be nice. Something like that, I think, would work. Yeah, I should do it. That's a lot more space. Nobody's live on Microscape? You want to attract easy lurkers? Are you running another beta? Understanding international bottle cap design is crucial to good game design. Oh, really? You are? How long is it going to be running? Because I can get that set up for tomorrow. Maybe I can fit 3 of these in. I kind of... I wish that when you set this up, maybe there are some like arrows that show you the range, or even a sphere that deletes itself at runtime might be nice. I wonder if I could do that. Because right now it's kind of hard to know how far this is going to swing this way. It's just hard to visualize. So I could either use an arrow on the cardinal directions. It's hard to know because I can get to the center point of the arms. Maybe a bounding box. Let me try something. Raw debug. Get actor location. How can I get this? How can I get the extents of the... Do you have a cog? We're not going to be doing a ragdoll because I feel like that will make the game too difficult. Oh, we can always add it in later as like some extra hard mode. So. It'll be long running until release. Message me in Discord and we can try to get it set up for tomorrow, Kent. I don't know if I need to do anything special compared to last time. DLC, please. We will. So our goal is just to make this like one map, refine the mechanics, especially player movement, and then make really good tools to just rapidly build new levels from there. So that's why I'm putting in way more time than usual making these really solid tools and trying to make them as modular as possible so that the level designer can just go crazy. I swear there's a way to get like the extent of an actor, but I forget what it is. V5. Of a static mesh. Hmm. Get actor bounds. Get actor. Aha. Aha. Maybe let's not draw them for that long. I can always make that based on like a Boolean, right? Okay. What if I wanted to extend that? I know exactly what I could do. If I draw it at 0 duration, is that persistent? No. I could spawn. I could spawn a box and delete it at runtime. Did you look more into Stagglebot? No, I didn't have any time overnight. Is there something that I should look at from that? There's quite a lot. I messaged the team for this game, for Into the Chasm, about it. Movement component settings, PCG stuff, and also these smart UV-less materials look really nice. So I do want to look into it. Or we could just always have this box and then just not draw it in game, but set visibility based on the Boolean. Maybe that'll work nicely. Set box extent. And we'll tie its visibility to a Boolean for it. But for now, I'll just keep it on so I can test it. Now, I think I can update. First off, we don't want any collision for this, just to be safe. Don't think I can change the... I can change the color. Oh yeah, that's so much nicer. So if I move these out, we can see kind of the extent of where that's going to hit. I wonder if there's any possibility of making... There's not really a cylinder collider. Is there? I don't think there is. No. It's not bad though. Because then I can line that up perfectly. Yeah, already that's just loads better. Lizard meme? You know what the old lizard memes are? You guys remember memes like this? I know there was one with like a lizard on the background. God, dude, look look at these. These are from my generation. I kind of miss the simplicity. All right, Grandpa. Time to go to bed. The raptor? How should I know what a raptor looks like? Oh, wait. Look in the beer, nerd. Mom! I'm being called a nerd. Okay, that'll work. I just have to squeeze in the back a little bit here, but that's fine. I know my level designer is gonna love that that debug visualization. Ooh, that feels smooth. Look at that. I like that. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, that feels good. Hell yeah. I fail. Okay, B, visualize, debug. Let's call B debug visualizer. Throw it up in our core. By default, we'll turn it on. Debug visualization box. You know, some games I do a lot in the construction script. Others barely ever touch construction scripts. But I like them. I like that they exist. I think that they make that if you spend the time in certain actors making a really solid construction script, the rest of the game's development can be really easy. Okay, and we can always make on begin play. We can destroy the component. We don't really need to, but why not? Should we make it a different color though than yellow? Are any of these easy to notice? Ooh. Yeah, that looks nice. We can always make that customizable if we want to. But for now, I'm really happy with how that looks. Okay. Spinning obstacle. One down. What's the next one? Number of arms is adjustable. Let's just copy the same thing, move it over, and give them each 4 arms. Or we can give, let's do 2, 3, and then 4. Hey, Rami. What up? Number of arms is adjustable. 0 to 8. This is gonna be a really trippy one to to play test. What I could do is I could put like a barrier here so that you're kind of like focused only on the ones in front of you. Maybe we should do that. I'm gonna do that. I think that'll help the visual clutter of it. I think that helps. Okay, customizable offset and rotation. It's not speed though, right? Yeah, it's just rotation of the meshes themselves. Customizable offset and rotation of arms. Offset in this case will increase the amount of space needed, so this one might look a little bit weird. We'll try our best. Technically, I think I should move child arm rotation offset into the arms category, because I think it fits better there. It's weird though, it isn't calculating the boundaries correctly for that. Huh. It does it with 2. That's kind of cool. Hmm. Weird. Yeah, that's not right at all. If I had 2 though, it works. Ooh. Turns the bounding box of all components that make up this actor, excluding child actor components. Well, these are not child actors in this case, but that actually is quite important. Although it's kind of acting like I don't know, that's weird. It just does not want to work with only one. I can't delay in a construction script. You think it's not taking into account scale? No, it's being weird. Hmm. $450. 450. Well, that's not correct. What if we set it to the offset of the child arm instead of doing the get actor bounds? Or we added a max here. Okay, I mean that it sets it to the origin of the. I mean it's better. Well, no, it's not. It is in that direction. I wonder if it's. I mean, negative I understand because we just need to absolute value this. And that should fix it in the negative direction. Is it possible that could be happening here too? Not impossible, I suppose. It handles the negative. Hmm. Yeah, it scales just fine when we have more than one. But when we only have one, it just doesn't seem to want to find that properly. Anyone have any ideas why that might be occurring? Where's Kotspur? I could see if Kotspur's online. So he's been really busy lately and a bit sick too. I don't want to bug him if I can help it. He's not online right now, and I don't want to bug him if he's busy. He has actual work. A real paying job. Unlike me. Let me see here. Spinning base. It's child component. I don't know how would I even add this? Like I could get the actor or the component boundaries, but I don't know if that's in world space or local space. Key component bounds. Not really doing anything. I think it's like, I think because it's the boundaries of that specific component, which of course are always going to be smaller, or at least in this case are smaller. I would have to take its extent divided by 2 to get the radius. And then add it to the box extent, but that's only if there's 1 in the scene. Which seems really specific. I guess could work. It's a construction script and it's, you know, just a bunch of float math, so. Find me one Unreal developer that has a weak enough CPU that can't handle a little bit of float math. What am I doing? Divided by 2. Add in the Y. If number of arms is specifically equal to 1. Otherwise do 0. That should have done it. Hey, Chisla. We are attaching it to the spinning base, right? Not crazy. We are. Well, he corrected me on how to say his name correctly. Cause he's a pizza man. He's one of the people that will get upset if you put ketchup on your spaghetti. That should tell you everything that you need to know. Wait, really? What the hell is the value of that? Take the box X and Y divided by 2, which should be getting us this amount and this amount, which, you know, in our case is equal on this mesh, but regardless, and then adding it to the actor bounds. So it's like the entire actor bounds is just wrong. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's fixed. I can say it's fixed. That's it. It's really messy, but it does work and it is fixed. But it is construction script logic, so I'm okay if it's a little bit meh. We can tell it just not to do it if the debug visualizer is off, though. Yeah, whatever. It's float math, just let it run. I will say I'm not a big fan of how Italians do pizza, though. I think Chicago style... Wait. Is it Chicago style? Oh no, that's deep dish. New York style pizza I think is better than Italian style pizza. Yeah, not deep dish. I mean, deep dish isn't bad, but I feel like it's just way too heavy, you know? I think it tastes good, don't get me wrong, but like if I'm making a pizza, you know, like that's so many calories. Sometimes it's just dripping with oil. Nah. Okay, that works. This has been a hell of a lot more work to get spinning obstacles than I thought it would be. But I really like the debug for it. I think the debug looks really cool. Customizable offset and rotation of arms.
Wrong.
Shut up. Who asked? Oops. I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat my own game, guys. I mean, it is moving at fucking lightning speed over here. Maybe I'll slow that down a little bit. Time stop cheat. That could be nice. Or like practice runs or something, right? Be nice. Okay, do we think this shows off customizable offset and rotation of arms? I don't think it really shows off the customizable offset too much. Unless we make this like really, really small offset. And then do like 2 of them or something. I think when we say rotation of arms, that we should say customizable offset and local rotation of arms. This is not the speed rotation. That should be easy to clarify though, if there's any questions. Okay, what's next? Rotation rate is adjustable. We can use maybe one of these original setups. So we'll make this one really slow. Let's go with 10. Make this one 90, fine. And this one 45. Rotation speed is adjustable. Good. Make your own platformer level a la Mario Maker, share it virally, and people can play your level for free. To make a level and be on leaderboards, you gotta buy it. That is a little... that sounds amazing. Probably a little bit too much technical overhead for us at the moment. I have no idea how we would accomplish that. Rotation is local, so entire actor can be freely rotated. This should be pretty easy to show off, but I want to make a walkway. There we go. Whatever the big tree platform map idea, that is still there. This is more like a testing grounds and a showcase for the level designer to play and understand how things work, or for anybody to play and understand how things work. Like a little test map. But the tree map is there, and the level designer has already looked at it and has some ideas for it, so that is going to be the main map that we make the vertical slice with. There's more foam from this Pepsi than I get in most beer. Cook user. Oh! Who's pooping? Rotation is local. So entire actor can be freely rotated. And that should just honestly just work. Oh. Well, that's awkward. Why did that clip through me? Maybe? I've honestly had way more problems with rotating things in this engine than I ever thought that I would. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is trying to push the player through the floor. I know there's a lot of like hidden quirks about how the engine handles capsule collision. Could be one of those things. Let me try something. Maybe it's considered a world static, not world dynamic. Probably. Okay. New issue found. How could we fix that? That's gonna negatively affect the pendulum idea too if we can't fix that. I don't even know what to look. I don't even know if anybody's run into this issue before and maybe try to fix it. Stop player pushing into ground. I don't know. Smoothly push player while not moving. Moon physics such as if something pushed at the top of the character it forces a crouch. I mean, maybe it could be. Max depenetration velocity on the colliders. I saw these yesterday. But I thought I saw it on the character movement component. Yeah. Hold on. We want to move it up or down? Yeah. I mean, this person's right. Not sure whether that will help with the movement component since it lives in its own dimension between physics and reality. Yeah, we're learning that the hard way. As proxy. I don't know. First set him to 0 and see what happens. I'm gonna hazard a bet that 0 is the exact opposite of what we want here. Just, initial theory. Let's multiply it by 10. No, it's still pushing. Hmm. Sweeping and adding movement. Yeah, we can't. Unfortunately, we can't sweep these, which I know is not perfect, but we can't sweep. Custom CMC. Move along wall. becomes the player being pushed by a wall or something. Unless the push occurs in the Z, the player is jerked and not pushed smoothly. Shape of the capsule component, yeah. Solution ignores the Z. So these two fix the X and Y. Add actor world offset. Hmm. A lot of people are actually having this problem. There's character movement. You push to the top of the character, forces a crouch. I don't fucking know anything about crouching. I think I already read that though. Be careful with this hack, as I experienced a huge bug with box collision overlap events triggered twice or more. It may depend on your movement settings. That can be adjusted. Yeah, this is just one of those things that Unreal is just not good at. But you would think that it is. It should be handled. I mean, they talk about physics all the fucking time, but they can't make proper character physics. Especially working with objects. I can try the solution with adding some Z movement. I have not played Nier. Control a girl where you can blow up her skirt. Nice. Now I know why everybody's playing that, right? I mean, what if I tried doing the same but on the Z-axis? Probably dumb. What did you just see? Nothing. I bet you anything it's the stupid capsule collision and then just the fact that the CMC is really fucked up. Would kind of suck though if we can't use them vertically. Or if the only use case is to have it be really slow. How to fix that? Man, if only I knew. Well, you can do any shape in here. It doesn't have to be a square, right? But that's just going to severely limit and make it a lot more confusing which meshes will actually work with this. Whereas it would just kind of be easier not to do it at all. Or we just allow the behavior, but I don't know how to feel about that. Not like it's really breaking anything, but this also is just, it's not the intended effect of when something hits you like that. Make it thin enough, you could always argue the behavior. Well, I mean, even then. I don't even know how to search what I'm trying to do. It's like I needed to push outwards when hitting the head and not try to crush. But I feel like the only way to really do that is to fake it, which works in like an elevator scenario, right? But not in a scenario where you have completely custom actor and mesh support for like a windmill type thing. Why not ask ChatGPT? Because it kind of poo-poo brained. I think a super wide does exhibit the same behavior where it pushes you to the side. I'll try it. It actually glitches me inside of it. The clankers, yeah. Like it's just the exact opposite kind of behavior that you want for a platforming game. It's so bad. I'm starting to think maybe it is the capsule collision. It's just absolutely horrendous. You push in the direction the character is facing? No, it should just push you in the way that a physics object would be pushed. But the problem is the character is not a physics object. Technically. The character reacts to some physics, but not all. Enable ragdoll. Why did the box collider not work? Or could we use like a sphere just for these cases? Not that. It's hard to even know if it's being hit. I don't think it's considered a physics body at all. Shouldn't be. Yeah, it's just an issue with the character because the character is not a physics object. Not in the way that other physics objects in Unreal are. Which is also the reason that the character movement component cannot work natively with physical materials like ice. And you have to hack in icy implementation to it. Whereas you take a static mesh, you enable physics, and it will work on those physical materials like you would expect it to. Character bad, character dumb. We might need to not allow the rotation like this, and pendulum actors are not going to work either. Unless we make our own character movement controller, which is just probably not going to work for us. The one thing I could try is taking a look into advanced locomotion, seeing if their character is better for some of this. I could try. Do they have any... They have a video of features. It is still using the CMC though, at least from that image. So hateful these days. Yeah, that's me. But is this just for animation? It's not actually like a new character movement controller or something, right? Dynamic mantling? Oh. That's pretty much what I made. If you could steal the animations from this though. Wake movement controller, ultimate character controller. Oh my god, $250? What is in here? You can actually do this default with custom gravity. You don't need to buy this for it. Those animations. Eh. I mean, it mentions stuff with physics, but really, I need proper collision. I don't know. I mean, I can like just type in collision, but collision disabler. Field collision generator. Smart collision profiles. Collision settings debugger. It would be really easy for me to make something that worked, but it would be, you know, very like old school, right? Where they make you make one generic pendulum obstacle or something, and that same obstacle or that same shape is used throughout the entire game. Very easy to do that. We'll just find a shape that works, copy paste, that's all we use. But I don't want to do that. Why not? Because I think it's boring. Souls-like level editor. What the hell is a Souls-like level editor? Just make a level that feels Souls-like. Real-time mesh editing. Okay. You know, by the way, if you are working in the engine, I believe there's a way to walk around your level while you're working in it. I forget how to do that though. At least there used to be a way. There's a way for you to like first person walk around your level while you have all the editor tools. I don't remember how to do it. I've only done it once and I have no fucking clue how I did it. I thought it was in like the camera specifically. Yeah, I don't remember how to do it. Oh. Immersive view. Oh. That is nice. Let's see. Let's see if anybody has rewritten the... Are there any fab assets where people or non-fab assets where people have rewritten the UE5 character movement controller? Yeah, you go ahead and investigate, bro. See what you find. I like to watch it thinking. Ultimate movement system. It's not really fixing the capsule collision though. You've never actually seen Grok being used other than Grok, because that's true. I really like Grok. I think Grok is better than ChatGPT, personally. Titanfall movement system. That's pretty cool. Somebody made that. Extended character movement. Advanced locomotion. Are there any that might fix capsule collision issues with actors that hit the capsule at a weird angle and push the character through the floor, or try to. Instead of pushing them aside like you would expect. Grokking the code interview? Well, I wouldn't replace it with that, but it is a very nice glorified Google. It can still be wrong though. For simple searches though, this is quite nice. It did enable CCD though, and it didn't fix that. But it was I mean, to be fair, it might have fixed pushing through the floor, but it was then just forcing it to the side, where I want it specifically pushing in the direction that we would expect it to push. E-penetration doesn't really help us because it's pushing to the side. Custom physics may inherently better handle angled impact. Where does it mention that? Physics-based sliding. I don't really know if Titanfall physics is what we want though. Oh, they have coyote time too, that's pretty nice. It'd be fun to check that out. One extends movement, compute shortest safe distances during impacts, prioritizing lateral pushes over vertical drops. How the hell do you even know that? Shout out to this guy. How the fuck does he know this? Wait. I mean, this is also really old, but if you do a compare to the modern one, I bet you can find out where the change was made. Interesting. Let me explain my issue. My issue is that with a pendulum slash windmill type actor. On the downward pass of the arms, it will push the player, well, it will attempt to push the player down. But ultimately pushing them sideways instead of along the route of the arm. I don't know if I explained that well enough. Push the player along the arm's arc. Yes. That is correct. I don't know if it's just me. I prefer AI to think and get the accurate result as opposed to being quick. Maybe that's just me. Also pushing the short. I mean, I think that it probably could result in trying to push it to the shortest direction. CCD did not fix it for me. Clipping at high speeds, making collisions harder to simulate. Well, especially that we're not sweeping for physics, which could be a problem. What I do to Grok, I'm trying to get it to resolve like what should be a really simple problem. Several known workarounds. CCD. I mean, that will help it phase from phasing through things, but it's still pushing it to the side. Replace the pendulum arms complex mesh collision with a basic shape. I mean, we could try that. Like, if we have... I don't know. I could try replacing the mesh. Like, disable the collision on the meshes that we spawn. And this can be, you know, an option, right? And replacing it with a sphere collider component. So visually it looks like the mesh, but behind the scenes they're going to be spheres that might react better with the capsule. Because I don't think a box is going to help in this case. But maybe... maybe the sphere would. Yeah, I think most games do fake it. But then those games only have like one specific way to make all of their pendulums or windmills in this case. And I don't want that such a restriction if we can help it. But it doesn't look like I can really help it. Micro offset trick for smooth depenetration. We did do that. Tricking the seam scene to handling overlaps smoothly. Custom impulse on hit for arc following. We can't do that because we don't actually sweep on the pendulum. So we can't trigger. Briefly attach the player as a child actor to the pendulum, then detach after a short delay or when velocity aligns. I don't hate the idea actually presented here, but the main problem stems from, like, we have the ground, right? We have, let's say this is our arc, and let's say it's moving in this direction. The issue is primarily in this section, because once it hits here, it's no longer trying to push the player into the ground, and we get the right interaction. It's here where the player is being pushed into the ground, and we're getting that negative interaction. I don't think the attachment would work in this case, because the player's still going to be trying to, it'll force the player into the ground still. And I don't really want to attach the player because that removes control from the player in that case, and that could be a little bit, danger Will Robinson. And I think I could very easily break it if I try to fuck around with velocity and stuff like that. I'll try the sphere trick. If that won't get it working, then we'll just accept that pendulums and windmills type stuff is probably not going to do what we need unless we use very specific meshes for it, which again we could do. We can use custom meshes, so I can always just say to LD, like, hey, here is what won't work. Here is why it won't work. So when you make stuff like this, make sure we're using the right assets for it. I'll try the sphere trick though. Give me 1 second. Oh, what a headache. Let's try a fucking sphere. Da da da. Let's test it with static mesh just for the moment. Set collision enabled. Let's just make sure that works. No collision, very beautiful. And instead, let's create add a sphere collision. I'm just gonna move it over here for the sake of testing this properly. All right, let's see. Set, this is a sphere collision object reference, so set sphere radius. Just set it to, I don't know, 100 right now. Are they actually there? I mean, realistically, what I could do is just attach them to this component. Get component location. Why can't I grab its relative? Relative. There we go. Get relative transform. Sure. Okay, this is pretty big. Lower that down a little bit. Now this won't have collision with us initially, which is fine. We just need to set up its collision profile. Or just response to channel, to be fair. On block. I think it's just kind of going through me right now. I mean, like before, once we hit here, it works just fine, but now it's just phasing through. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think the entirety of the capsule, the character movement component, it's all fucked. It's all absolutely not designed for certain things physically. And probably does need some custom code or a rewrite, which I am not equipped to do. So we'll just say don't angle these at this degree. I mean, if you want the player, I guess what you could do is if you want the player to have to jump on the top of these and platform in that way, sure. Sure, it's just fine. If you want it to work like a windmill, ain't gonna do. Hey, cheater. Do you want this one or the previous song? Yeah, this is Minecraft. I don't know if Moog City was from beta. I think it was from beta. Yeah, volume beta. All right, let me type to LD. Additionally, we've found that windmill type of movement, if wanting to push the player away, is not gonna be possible unless we rewrite, partially rewrite the character movement controller. Again, this shouldn't be a massive problem, but yet another limitation due to how the engine handles the character. Just a moving obstacle, nobody would really care. I think that it does matter. I mean, if we accept that the regular implementation is like, this doesn't break the game, right? It isn't pushing the player through the floor or something. But it's also not behaving in the way that you would expect it to. I mean, I suppose that if you make the impact point more narrow and you place it on this side, then the only interaction you're going to have with that is going to be an acceptable one, like that. Because then you don't get any of the weird physics. can talk to Cuthbert about, you know, what we might be able to do if he has any ideas. And maybe he can take a look at the character movement controller and see if there's any potential, you know, changes we could do. And make a custom character class that uses that custom movement component. But that's going to be up to him. Because that works fine. It's just when it's on the other side and the path of, you know, least resistance is being pushed outwards instead of being pushed kind of upwards. I'll have to draw it out for level designer. If you're able to pop on stream, I can show you what works, doesn't. Did I add those little helper BPs to this project? I don't think so, but I can grab them from Cauldron Chronicles for sure. Hey Hero, let me show you what's working and what's not with these. So this is a windmill type setup for it, right? What doesn't work is if this is the center here at this block, anything to the right of that for the clockwise movement, or it would be the same counterclockwise when it's trying to, if it would have to push the player down before pushing them outwards, it tries to push them into the floor, but then the path of least resistance becomes pushing them outwards, which isn't, you know, how you would expect an obstacle like this to work in a platforming game. So you get this weird push to the side. However, if they're on the other side of that half, where now it's pushing them up a little bit, you get the correct movement from that. And it doesn't try to like push you out to the sides. So the solution in cases where you want to use like a windmill type thing like this is just to place them, or place the path that you would want off to the side, depending on whether it's rotating clockwise or counterclockwise. And then therefore you will get the correct physics with it. Now this, again, like this is kind of really specific use case, just because our normal levels are it's mostly like vertical and you're hanging in the air. So I don't really expect us to have too much windmill. Well, here's the thing. Okay, so it works just fine if you're like hanging in the. Let me place one of these here. And I'll just use it right here as an example. That's the bounce pad. Look at this nice visualization I added too. So sexy. So let's imagine this, and you have to platform your way up. It's not too big of a deal here because if you're jumping between two shapes, let's say, you can move downwards, right? Like this isn't going to try and swing the player. if anything, if it goes down like this, then you're just pushing the player down into the ground, which is very much okay in this case, because then you won't have that weird physical reaction. I can't really trigger it properly, but you get what I mean. Like, let's say if this swings downwards like this, and the player is jumping here, then it will try to push the player downwards, which is okay in this case because there is no ground beneath the player to push them into, and then you get that weird sideways movement. So I think in our use case, really the only time that we would ever have that problem is when there's an actual ground here that it would try to push the player into, which, you know, in this setup, you're not going to have the problem. So it's one of those, again, like limited use case problems that we probably won't run into just because of the way that this level is set up, which is a good thing for us. Yeah, it is a bit weird. But I hope that like this makes sense. Problem would occur here. See it there. Weird glitchy. But then if the ground is just gone from there, you wouldn't have a problem. Hard to replicate though, honestly. Because then it just pushes the player down, right? So. I did fix the sideways movement though. But I like best safe practices. I don't know. I'll have to show you the when to use bounce pads with it, although I think I explained it reasonably well on the Discord. And then the windmill type setup, just make sure that realistically there's no ground beneath the windmill to push the player outwards. Or have like a windmill type setup and place half of it into the side of like geometry or something. Then like that should be fine. Even if there's ground underneath it, I think it should be fine too. I mean, it's a rounded cylinder, so that maybe that's not the best mesh to test it with, but I can always throw in the anything else. Let me try these. Bartos. Yeah, and then we get the proper behavior for that then. And by default, the player cannot jump up onto these things. I mean, they can still get onto it, like this, but they can't use the grappling and jumping system for it, so. That is another thing to keep in mind with it. Just, it's finicky, right? But, yeah. Lower the mass of the human so he goes flying when getting hit. mean, I guess you could just increase the rotational rate. Oh, it's spinning counterclockwise? Fuck. It spun so fast it went backwards. It's too thin. It's just pushing me to the side. Oh shit. Okay. Nope. Never mind. We did hit it. Now it's good. I see. That's your criteria, huh? I think that the collision when scaling that cylinder up is not really helping. Have to use like a cube or something. Yeah, no worries. I'm making I'm updating the test level now, so there will be like a good explanation of what parameters you have, and then I'll put a post in Discord about how it's working too and what the big two limitations are that we have with it, according to our findings. But I mean, overall, I think that it's very easy to work with, very easy to use, and I think you'll like it. Really cool debug visualizer on it as well to see the boundaries. Okay. We'll add like a little addendum here then. And I'll try to copy over that helper widget that I have. I know it was in Cauldron Chronicles at BP. I swear I put it in another game too, but I can't remember which one it was. I don't think it was System Break. I'll load up Cauldron Chronicles. It was that widget that rotates with you and then you can hover over it to see more information about it. Can't load up Cauldron Chronicles. I have no plugins installed to 5.4. Oh, that's just wonderful. There were a lot of plugins on my 5.4. That's not good. I can remake it. I'll just remake it. Yeah, I mean, I have an interactable and a widget that pops up for it, so I pretty much already have it already made. Yeah, create tooltip. Okay. Should be fine. Blueprints, interactable. Helper with tooltip. Should be easy. We'll just need a sprite for that. Where did I put it? This might work. Okay, add a sprite. How big is that? Oh, it's fucking massive is what it is. Okay, on tick. Get player character. We need to find a look at rotation. Start, target, get actor location. Okay, we need to add 90 degrees to that, and then of course disable collision on the sprite. Collision, none. Also set this to 0.25. We will need interactable collision, but we can probably just reparent this to the interactable, or just add the. We just make it from fresh. Don't really give a shit. Box collision, custom. No physics. Block visibility trace. Interactable. Create. Tooltip. I have to get the tooltip info. Right. And we want to add 90 degrees to that, right? Okay, it is blank right now, that's fine. Probably don't want the player to be able to climb up onto that. But it does run off of the visibility trace. Resolves that at least. Okay, rotating. Let's just say windmill type rotation limitations. On the downward arc, if the player is standing on something, the physics will attempt to push the player into the ground, which will fail, and then the player will be ejected sideways. When making windmill movement like this, make sure to set it up in a way that avoids the player being caught underneath the downward arc. I bet that's gonna overload the widget. That's not too bad, actually. It's a lot of information, but it's okay. What do you think about the problems in the UK right now, like the internet restrictions? I think the government often has a way of treating people like their children. And I've never seen age restrictions really do much of anything. We had age restrictions on porn when we were kids. I bet that didn't stop any of us from looking at porn. The government cannot and should not be a replacement for good parenting. The problem is parenting. And these governmental restrictions are negatively affecting everybody when it's really just bad parents that are really the root cause of all this. And I'm not saying that you can have great parenting and that results in great kids. I had great parenting. I still had a rough childhood just because I was rebellious, I was independent. You know, kids are kids, right? But you have to push kids on the right track at some point. I don't know. I don't like all these restrictions that are happening. Or yeah, like Visa and MasterCard. Greet them with a good beating. One of my hottest takes is that I don't really feel that I don't think physical punishment is always a bad thing. I think it depends. But when I see every single other fucking animal in the world using some sort of physical punishment to deter negative behavior, somehow humans are supposed to be above that. I'm not saying you should always do it. I'm not saying that there isn't a line that gets crossed where it becomes too crazy. If physical pain weren't a good motivator, then the army wouldn't use drop and give me 100 push-ups as punishment for when you do something retarded, okay? I'm sorry. But there is clearly a link between physical pain and deterring bad behavior. I know that's crazy, but like, the kid can just be understanding, then yeah, not needed, but when they're being retarded, well, it's like kids can't be, and it's like the same as if if you come home and your dog has done something stupid, or your cat has done something stupid, like knock down a plant. Punishing them at that point will do absolutely nothing. Because they've already separated themselves from that moment. And the deterrence then, it's like they don't know what they did wrong, and now you're punishing them, and they're like, well, I was just coming home to greet you, so now you're punishing me when I greet you. That's not the link that you want, right? Yeah, it's too late. I think kids can make that link, but you can't always reason with kids, and sometimes they do stuff that is so bad that, you know, pulling them by the ear a little bit and saying, hey, that doesn't mean that you need to chain your kid up and punch them in the face. Like, there is a line there. Do a little bit of spacing on that. Yeah, I mean, when I was on the internet as a kid too, with me and my brother, you know, the parents were around. My mom and dad were around. They didn't just like throw us on there and leave us to our own devices. At the same moment though, there was absolutely a case of, I don't think that our parents were ready for the internet. But now millennials are growing up and being parents, we are prepared. We know what the internet is and was like and how to prepare for these things. And I think my parents were ahead of the curve in some of those cases just because of my dad's work. So, you know, they understood parental controls, making sure we didn't download anything stupid. But of course, you know, kids are kids. They're gonna find a way to view the sides of the internet that you don't want them viewing, no matter what you do. Okay, that should work. We have the helper now. I think any animal can be taught proper behavior without them fearing you at every touch. You know, I've raised cats my whole life, and I'll tell you what, if you know when to dish out a little bit of a smack on the butt, they learn fucking quickly. And that doesn't mean that they're not going to come up to me and be loving. My cat is super clingy with me. Probably treats me like its mother or something. But when I snap my fingers, it stops. So I don't agree with people saying that you can't use physical punishment. There's just a line, and there's a way to do it properly and a way to do it improperly. Chaining your kid up in the basement and beating them with a wet rag or bar soap in a pillow cushion, probably not going to be the greatest thing. I'll tell you that. Exactly.
FBI, open up!
If smacks didn't work, women wouldn't use them against men. Alright, rotation rate is local, we did. Can customize base mesh and turn off base mesh. But we had a couple more things that we could show off with this, right? I could add too that spinning obstacle. I didn't turn this off in engine, right? The visualizer? Oh, it is off. I can keep that on maybe. Like, if the boolean is on, keep it on in game. Or make an enum. I'll make an enum. Spinning. Spinning platform debug visualization mode. Nice short name. Off. Editor only. Editor and game. Debug visualization. Catfished and the bean. Did I catfish my older brother on Facebook when my brother was around 16 to see if he would give away private info to anyone? He was right. Well, yeah. I'll tell you this, the internet's, I think, a way scarier place now than it was when us millennials were growing up. Way scarier, way more data being sifted through, people holding you to impossible purity tests. Fuck that. Okay, do a select. Off, editor only, editor in game. Okay, and then instead of destroy component, let's grab this. Let's see what Root Dragon has to say. Where? With what? Let's not. Older brother has bipolar. He's pretty violent as a kid. Yeah, bipolar disorder is really fucking difficult to deal with. I mean, how many of you would be prepared to deal with a bipolar child of yours? Personally, I don't know if I could. I don't want to see the same conversation 24/7. Some people, man, I just can't say I don't know. I literally can't. I feel like learning how to say I don't know is one of the most powerful things you can ever say in the world. We can probably delete that boolean then. And let's set the default debug visualization to editor only, so they shouldn't appear. Let me try setting it to... Oh, it's not exposed. Now it is. Editor endgame. Aha! It does spin the whole thing. Is not the greatest. I don't think I can fix that though. I don't think I can tell it to like only like work off of a root or something. Maybe I could constrain the rotation. I don't know if that would break anything though. Yeah, it's not going to prevent it. Waste time more efficient than looking at that never-ending conversation. Yeah, I could have just played the fucking game and ignored him. Like I mentioned, I'm really easy to bait. And I do get locked into conversations. I don't really have a good... I'm very impulsive. Sometimes I'm good about it, sometimes not. Like sometimes if you lock me into a conversation, I'll just dive deep into it until literally you hate me as a person. And others I'll just be like, I don't want to have this conversation. Fuck that. Can I like detach it? Could I respawn the box? I suppose I could spawn the box separately. Like destroy the component, but first spawn a new box with the same extent. Spawn actor from class. I'll just make a separate one. Basic box. BP basic box. Box. Collision. Let's make sure to turn off all collision. Don't hide in game. Let's set line thickness to 2. Shape color. Okay. So let's spawn basic box. Get actor transform. Although I think realistically we just want to spawn it at the same location and rotation, but leave scale at 1. And then get the box. Extents. And then we can run destroy. Aha! Now it is detached. It is a separate actor, but I think that's okay for debugging. A little bit wonky, but it works. Okay, spinning obstacle. Visualization. I thought we put something about visualization somewhere. No, we didn't. And turn on visualization as seen with first actor to see rotation extent. A little bit lengthy. But I think it looks nice. We'll put like an additional limitation section too, to explain the problem that we have. Alright, next up is base mesh. We're gonna need more space too. Shite. Okay. Spinning obstacles. Select actors in data layer. No, let me move this first. God, that's nice. I love being able to do that. Too big. Are you aware that nanite is made by the devil? Shut up. Okay, that's the respawn box, and then we need the... That should be it. Should be good. Just this needs to be moved over. For some reason that was not a part of the correct layer. Okay, that's more space. We've covered number of arms, we've covered... We've not covered custom mesh actor support for arms. Offset, scale, we could put that here, customizable offset, local rotation, and scale of arms. And then we'll just scale these ones down a little bit, something. It's like, you know what it reminds me of is like those little coin drop games they used to have at like McDonald's or Burger King. Usually, you know, they would like donate it to like UNICEF or something, right? But if you landed on the little platform, We need that. Oh, we need that in Coin Pusher too. We need these. So what they would do is if you could get your coin on this bottom level, you would get like a free small fry or something. Coin pushers are made by the shut the fuck, guys. You're fake banned. Pretend you're banned. Was thinking about this on stream. We need this in Coin Pusher too. I don't know if like Europeans had something like this. I just know that it was in the US. And it was pretty fun. And it would be cool if you could earn like coins that give you drops on that, and that's one of the mini games. I think that'd be awesome. No, it wasn't like a single fry. They would give you a small fries or something, right? One of the tiny bags of fries. So you could potentially win fries for a quarter. Actually, I have not tested how this would work with the timed platform yet. I'm a little scared because I'm worried it might break it, but I suppose let's give it a shot. What happens? Oh shit. Hold on. You know, sometimes when things just work, it feels so fucking good. Especially when you've, like, spent the whole day fixing bullshit bugs. It feels pretty damn good just to have something working properly. That was pretty cool. Custom mesh actor support. We'll do those. We'll do a couple of bounce pads maybe here in the center. Unfortunately though, being child actors like this, we can't really change their properties. I have been thinking about refactoring to allow for a data asset input for child actors like this, and that way you could make separate data assets, or even, you know, we could use data tables. It doesn't really matter, assets, tables, whatever, but then we could put those parameters in there and apply them to the children properly. Would be a pretty big refactor, but also one that might have very good results. We shall see. Trying to look for like an interesting mesh to use here. There's a couple of these. Oh, the next one might be nicer. Oh yeah, little pineapple rings. Their origin is weird though. Shouldn't really cause a big problem. Shit. Oh fuck, dude, that's... Oh my god. I think my my LD friend is gonna fucking love playing with some of this stuff. Hope he does. I don't mean that I've done my job well. Oh shit. I gotta get better at that. Oh. Okay. The world aligned texture on that is a little bit silly though. Maybe I'll duplicate the mesh and then throw it in our prototype section or something. Duplicate. Proto brown, proto green. There we go. Okay, next one is customized base mesh. We should probably also have one for climbable Boolean. I know I keep adding stuff, but there's a lot of little tweaking configs to this. We'll combine these two though. We'll say customizable base mesh or just turn it off. Maybe I'll use these three instead. We'll use the same one here. Now this will spin, but it's not very big. I was considering just allowing the player to, or the level designer to scale up the entire mesh to scale up the spinning, but maybe I'll make a separate scale for that now that I'm playing around with it. Base mesh scale. Silvino, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll default to 1. Let's throw this in our construction script. Set world scale 3D. Now we only really care if the base mesh no, we want to scale up the default too anyway, so we'll just do this. We'll just plug it in here. Good work. Yes, it is. Alright, that handles those two. Climbable Boolean. This one will be a little bit easier to show, I think, if we have a floor. Can allow/disallow the player to climb on the base and children arms. Note that this does how do I want to word? I want to word that the player can still get on them, but they would have to, you know, like naturally jump or fall on them. That this only restricts the climbing and grappling system, not just traditional movement. Only means that our custom climbing, not grappling, but vaulting system. Or just say our, note that this only means that our custom climbing will be disallowed. Or we can put this in like a side. See helper text. Okay. Say something funny. Penis. Was that sufficient, or? What's the verdict? Okay, we'll put text before these two. We'll do climbable. I'll delete this one and then we'll just do not climbable on the other one. We'll make them a bit slower too so that it's easier to actually see that. So we'll set them to like 15 per second, 15 degrees. Content blueprints. Let's get a helper text over here. Climbable versus not climbable. The Boolean to change this will not disallow the player from naturally jumping or landing on any part of the rotating geometry. It will only prevent them from using our climbing and vaulting system like they would with other geometry. Boolean propagates. Is it propagates or propagates? It's propagates. It is propagates. Boolean propagates the setting down to all arms, or let's say the Boolean applies to the base if visible, and propagates the setting down to all arms. This is an all or nothing setting and cannot currently be set individually for components on this actor. Just double check and make sure that works. That looks good. This is climbable, as we can see here. And this one should not be climbable, but the player can still jump up on there. I'm gonna raise them up a little bit though. Yeah, and the player can't get up to that at all. That should allow us to use it in certain cases. I don't know, for whatever reason, but prevent the player from actually cheesing it by jumping up to it. Okay. And lastly, additional limitations. This would be related to what is this related to? What did I want to show with the limitations? Oh, I think maybe it was part of what I sent in the Discord. So it was part of what we discovered yesterday, which was the bounce pads with the spinning obstacles. Additional limitations. Mainly with bounce pads. See helper text. And I think I'll set it up in the same way that we have a floor. Bounce pad issues. I think I explained it well in Discord, so maybe I could just copy that text. Rotational movement doesn't sweep for physics, meaning that bounce pads moving along the ground will likely push the player instead of initiating the hit that is required for bouncing. The player hitting them will still work fine, but if the player is standing still, the movement doesn't initiate the hit when impacting the player. Basically, never place a moving bounce pad in a way that might hit the player while standing still. Or just don't place them along the ground. Really what it comes down to. No pad plus plus. You and me, Kent, are the only ones who are like using Notepad++, because I've gotten a lot more. You know, I use the word hate here, but it's more just like people think I'm crazy for using it. We'll do this and we'll say like improper. Player will get pushed along ground instead of bouncing. We'll do proper. Player can only interact while the player themselves is moving, which triggers it correctly. And we're just gonna like raise this up into the air and then place a couple of cubes to get up there. Proto. I think that works. Use Notepad++ for note taking. It's great because I don't need to save files. Same. It's easy just to pull up and quickly throw some things into. Or if I need decoded, you know, it's got all the syntax there for it too, so it's nice. I agree. We have one bug to fix after this though, which is with bounce pads. We can't forget that. I wonder how expensive all these rotations are. Technically, they shouldn't be rotating when not rendered. I don't really know if that's working. Oh, I think it is. Watch this. See this here? We're gonna turn away right now. And when we move back, it was at the same position. Very nice. That's pretty cool. Okay, player will get pushed along ground instead of bouncing. We should probably say try standing still. Oh, these aren't using bounce pads. I can fix that. Try standing still in path. Technically, it will bounce the player in a couple of situations, but for the most part, it's fucked up. But if the player is moving, you know, it bounces them properly. This one, however, is correct. The player can only ever interact with this when they are actively moving. And will never be stuck in the pathway for it. Thank you for the follow, Asex. Thank you guys for being here while I'm developing what I thought would be very simple. But we've had bug after bug after bug. And not even bugs of our own creation. Just unreal bugs. Very cool. Very good. Oh. Let me see when that's getting fired. Interesting. Why doesn't it do that on the first round? Is it something to do with garbage collection? Only unloads. I thought I forced the data layer switcher to collect garbage. I do. You're very nice, relaxed stream, so it's nice to have on in the second monitor while working, developing, studying. Thank you for saying that, Refix. I don't like to be inauthentic. You know, I feel like there's a lot of inauthentic streamers on the platform that put on a persona, which, I mean, and you know, sometimes I guess can be entertaining, but then you know that you're not dealing with a real person. I just be myself. Have you ever been fired from a job before? Technically, no. I tend to have a pretty good... I don't know what this probably says really bad things about me. I tend to have a pretty good nose about when I'm about to be fired, and I will prefer to end up quitting before getting fired. You just didn't renew your contract. No, that's never happened. Okay, so there was one really bad case. When I first moved here to Poland, I worked at a place. And this was the place that abused me and locked me in the building. Whole story. But I felt like they were about to fire me because of something that had happened previously over the holidays, where I was really sick with like a really bad sinus infection, right? So like I'm bleeding out my nose, I feel horrible, and they wanted me to go get a doctor's notice, a note to say that I was sick. And I said, I don't want to do that, I just want to lay at home and rest. There were other little like moments before this that kind of led up to this moment, but this is the one that I think pushed them over the edge. And they were very upset that I didn't do this. So when I was feeling better and I went into work again, I saw on a Polish game dev job site that my job had been posted as available, like the one that I held. And they weren't hiring somebody else to assist me, right? Because I was already doing all of my work before my lead could assign me new things, so I was actually ahead of what I was supposed to be doing, and he was happy with me. This was not his decision. And so I had asked, I'd openly asked the CEO about this job position, and he deflected like, oh no, maybe we're looking for another junior designer. This doesn't mean that we're gonna fire you or anything. And I'm like, okay, sure. So after that, he went into the room with a couple of other ladies who were like managing the office and stuff, and then they said, hey, we want to talk to you. This really escalated things. This was not good. So I don't really want to get into details because it is a bit traumatic to talk about, but they were about to fire me there, but I had said that I quit before they had the opportunity to fire me. And I was like, I quit, I'm done. And I went to walk out of the building, and they had locked the doors. I guess before we had that meeting. I don't know why. They said that they had locked the doors and that I can't leave. And they had called the police. That's what they said, they had called the police. So I just waited by the door. I'm like, okay, fine, you called the police, great, they'll let me out. So I was waiting by the door, and then a colleague of mine had gotten very angry with them and said, if you don't let him out, I will sue you. To which they very quietly came down, said nothing, unlocked the door, handed me the notice that I, the thing for me to sign, and I left and never went back, and that was really fucked up. So the answer to have I ever been fired is technically no, with a small asterisk with that story. I don't think I would have gotten severance because I wasn't on a proper employee contract. It was technically like here in Poland, like a commission contract. Yeah, so I wouldn't have gotten any bonuses or any severance or anything. Yeah, that whole place was fucked up. Apparently it's better now, but I'm never gonna work there again, probably. I don't know, yeah. What did you even do there? I was just a junior designer. I've not seen the show Severance, but I've heard very good things about it. Bounce pads without player acceptance shouldn't fire impulse. Okay, yeah. So I fixed a problem the other day with bounce pads, or it was actually yesterday, where if a player were to like climb up onto a bounce pad, I can try to simulate here. We fire a little impulse that will create the bounce, because normally if the player teleports on top of the bounce pad with our climbing mechanic, they will just stand there and it won't bounce them. So I fixed that. The problem is with this toggle player mesh bouncing acceptance. You can see a little weird impulse being done every second. This should not happen if the bounce pad does not accept the player to bounce. That should be an easy check. It's so good, I was obsessed. I've heard really good things about it. I really want to watch it. Raptor, you're an idiot. True. Had the perfect opportunity to pull an Uno reverse card and seize the boss's job. You wasted your chance. That whole day was absolutely fucked up, dude. They tried to pull me away from my desk. I mean, admittedly, like, I was desperate, right? Because if I lost this job, I would get deported, right? Like, I wouldn't be able to be in Poland. So when I knew what was about to come, yeah, it was fucking scary. And I was like, no, I don't want to. I just want to keep working. So they tried to pull me away from the desk, like physically. And this was in a room with everybody. Like, this was an open office, right? There weren't any walls. There weren't any offices. The only office there was the ones that the two owner ladies were in or whatever. So everybody heard this. Everybody saw it. It was really embarrassing. And I'll just say this. After it happened and I was let outside, every single coworker of mine came out to console me, which was great. They were very nice. And what was that? I'll tell you what, anybody who was there that day will not forget it. Is that what they called the police? I think so. They had a meeting afterwards, and I was told what happened in this meeting, where they tried to explain what happened and why they made this decision. Where, by the way, they got fucking roasted in this meeting from what I heard, but they had said that they had locked the door because they thought that I was on drugs. That was their reasoning, if you can believe it. Yeah. They unlocked the door to keep me in the office because they thought that I was on drugs. Acceptance. Get bounce acceptance. And we'll just do is equal, or I guess is not equal to other actors only. Too efficient. Yeah, so like they wanted to, I think they wanted to, my theory is that they wanted to call me in because they wanted to talk about my performance, right? Classic. My theory is that they wanted to use that as an excuse to fire me, that I apparently wasn't doing my job correctly. However, they would not allow my lead, the lead designer, into that meeting with me. And the reason is because he would have told them that I was doing my job, I had completed all my tasks ahead of time, and that I had no problems. So I think they wanted to gang up on, I think they like ganging up on people and not providing them with enough support. The whole thing was just messed up. I've also never taken drugs, by the way. Any drugs. Not even weed. Alcohol, yes. Alcohol. A little bit too much of that. Okay, this should work. But I need to teleport on top of one of these. Yes, I think it is working. Let me try bouncing from one of the normal ones over to one of the others. I mean, for a while too, I was considering filing a lawsuit, but honestly, at that point, like I had lost my job, and I would have been deported if I didn't find a new one. So I was like, do I really want to rehash this? No, I just want to go find a new job and never see these people in my life again. They wanted me fired because I had been belligerent with them. There were three, I think there were three cases. So number one, two of them I think I can prove. One of them was that they failed to pay me on time and I got really upset with them. And this was, by the way, I had like $20 or 20 zloty, which was like $5 in my bank account for a whole weekend, which was just not acceptable because they didn't pay me on time. I don't think they liked that. The second one, which is only my suspicion, is that I cost them a lot of money during the Christmas party because I had drank a lot of alcohol at the restaurant. Which, to be fair, they didn't cut me off, okay? The third one is the one that I think was really upset, is that they told me that I needed a doctor's note if I was going to be sick, but I didn't have enough money to go to the doctors. I didn't have health insurance or anything. So I just said, I'm not going to the doctors. I'm sick. I'm staying at home. It's a sinus infection. I need sleep. I need to drink. And if you don't believe me, just come visit me at home. Here's where I lived in relation to this place. This is the street. Actually, it's not even that bad. It was literally like this. Here was the office, and here's where I lived. And this was like a 2-minute walk. So I'm like, if you do not believe I'm sick, literally just send somebody. It'll take less than 5 minutes round trip. Does Poland not have free healthcare? They do, but I would have had to go, I didn't want to go to the doctors. Like, I just wanted to sleep. And the free healthcare takes a lot of time here anyway. It's not very good. It's good if you can wait. If you can't wait, you can't really rely on it. Yeah, that's the story of my first job in Poland. I'm gonna go find that GeoGuessr player to dox the company. It's not hard to find. I can only say this. I have friends still there that are working there, and apparently the main culprit behind a lot of the toxic behavior is no longer there, and they've gotten a lot better. I will trust them that it's true because I haven't heard any bad stories. But this company was so infamous in Poland that all you had to do is say that you worked there, and 95% of the game devs in Poland would be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that." No, they moved offices, so they're not there at that place anymore. You should give them a visit. I really shouldn't. I think we're done. I think we're done with the spinning. The pendulum... We can't really do the pendulum obstacles. They're not really going to work in the way that we want them unless we fix the character movements, so I think we should just kind of let that one be. But I'm really happy with how customizable the spinning obstacles are. And I think they work pretty well. Those sprites are weird. That white outline. Whatever. I can always replace the icon if we need to. I don't really think it's adding much. Stat GPU. I mean, it's probably running on the CPU, right? Now, to be fair, there are a lot of them being rendered right now. So it is pretty expensive, but we have a lot of them in a very small space. We might be able to turn their tick off while they're far away. I don't really know, but we'll take a look and see if we can optimize that. 2 days, same game. I love you guys. It is. I had a lot of better experiences after switching to different companies, so it's not like it's a Polish thing. I'll tell you what though, I don't get abused by my boss after I became my own boss. Now I can abuse my boss. And my workers. My drones. If you ever work at a place, by the way, where somebody like calls you drones or their minions or whatever, leave. Quit. And master-slave mentality. We abuse, so, yeah, that's true. I get abused by my viewers now. Seen the Snackabot enables the platforms when you get closer to them to save some ticks. Yeah, you know what? Let me see what they're doing for that, because it's probably just a collider, right? Which we could do. That's bad. Oh. Oh yeah, I didn't fix this problem. I just need to do a validity check. Forgot to do that. Honestly, I'll tell you this, I have not actually heard any big problems about working at EA or Ubisoft. And I've met quite a few people that work at these places. I think they have people who make stupid decisions, but ultimately they know exactly how to make games in a way that is stable. And I've heard that EA specific, I bet Ubisoft is similar, but EA has really good programs for shifting between companies and projects. So if you want to work on something else, you can, you know, apply to do that and find a job in one of those other studios working on those games. For what it's worth, yeah, you may have problems with what they're making, but I've never really heard any big issues about working at those. Worst case would be my boss doesn't know games and makes stupid decisions about them. Oops. Didn't mean to open that. Maybe because they don't care about the games themselves. No, they care about money. 100% about money. Stackobot. Okay, where are these? Where are these spinny? Where are the spinny boys? Oh, here's one. Yeah, I bet they use this larger radius. Oh, the sub-level. Okay. Blueprints, physics elements, spinning with trigger. Fear. Again, overlap. They don't have an end overlap, so they just activate it, but then never deactivate it? Kinda weird. We could do the same. We could do the same. Granted, I might add that in after we build the level and just, you know, do some performance optimizations. We might even be able to slow the tick down at distance. I don't know, we'll see. We'll play it by ear. But it is a performance optimization to make if the CPU is a bit too overloaded. Which it might be, because we will have a lot of moving elements in the level. Everybody's talking about this Stackobot project, though. Oh, they have moving platforms too. They stole everything from me. I see how it is. You know what I kind of like is the pause, which I assume occurs at the end. Oh God. Who makes these? Every time they make these example projects, they get the people that create the absolute worst spaghetti ever. It could be worse, to be fair, but like, what the hell? It got a lot better. This is true. Some of the old stuff was really, really nasty. Like, even this. What are we doing? It's like, let things fucking breathe for 2 seconds. If they paid me like $20 per project, I would just fix all their nodes. Pay me in Unreal credits. How about that? I mean, shit, they save position. Just plug in positions separately than this. If you want to get even better with it. I don't know why that's even over here in the first place. They're part of these branches. It's that simple, Epic. What are we doing? You want to make these projects to teach people, then you should probably use good standards. Otherwise, everybody who's going to learn blueprints is going to copy your methodology. And your methodology is shit, and it's hard to read. They're vibe coding. I wouldn't have a problem with this if this was just like some solo developer, but this is like, here is our new example made with blueprints. Here's what you can follow to learn how to blueprint properly. And then they just do shit like this. Why not just make this a function? Why are you putting your nodes like this? You're purposefully creating spaghetti. If this is the way that you want people to make nodes, then how about you overhaul your nodes to have like, I don't know, like plug-in drop downs to local variables or something. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but to me, this is way more readable section to section than some bullshit like this. I think saving space is overrated in blueprints. If they wanted you to use a finite amount of space, then they wouldn't have given you an infinite amount of space. I'm just crazy, okay, I mean, fair enough. What are they doing with their coins? Where are the coins? Game element. Like, what the fuck? Who? Who's responsible? It's so bad. You know, for a while I've been thinking about making a, like, clean blueprinting tutorial or something. Every time I see shit like this, it makes me think that it's more and more relevant. There's some spaghetti you can't avoid making, right? I get it. There's some spaghetti that's really hard to avoid. But that isn't the rule. And there are ways to move your information around in a proper way. Even in the cases of mathematical nodes, I think that there are ways to handle it a little bit better. I mean, even here, you really want to get technical. Just make some reroutes. It takes 2 seconds. Actually, these aren't even used anymore. Is that true? Yeah, these weren't even used anymore, so... Look at that. I don't know. Kind of weird. They do an overlap with the sphere, but not with the mesh. Because I would almost... I mean, I would just get rid of the sphere and give the... I mean, I guess they wanted to increase the radius, which if that was the case, I think that's fair. If that was the reason that they added the sphere, was to increase collection radius. Fair enough. But if that wasn't the goal, then I would just perform an overlap check on the mesh itself. Granted, that might be a little bit more expensive than doing it on the sphere itself too. I don't know, nitpicking at this point. What if they slow down the code at runtime? I don't think that's the case. But no, you can cleanly blueprint. I don't think it's crazy, just put in a little bit of effort to do things. Oh, I guess I copied some of the input code from Break. Censored? I didn't see any censorship. Have you seen the new Demon Slayer movie? No, I do not watch Demon Slayer. I watch good anime. tool that automatically makes your blueprint completely unreadable for maximum performance seems so typical of programming. There is something like with like straightened nodes, but I've never really used that. You do that alignment, straighten connections. I guess that's useful in some cases, but not others. Distribute horizontally. Ew. Stack vertically. What might be happening is that on some of those projects, the developers are using electric nodes, or electronic nodes, I think it's what it is. I don't know. I simultaneously don't hate it, but I don't really like it either. I've kind of gotten used to just properly using the default style. But there are some use cases where I think electronic nodes looks better. Some. Others, not so much. Electric toad. Like, they kind of show some weird examples. Like in this default example, you purposefully set this up in a way that looks like shit. This is nobody's fault but your own for not moving this over here and doing a couple of reroutes. Or this for whatever reason. And I don't think that this is any better because now I don't know where shit is leading to. Yeah, exactly, they overlap quite a lot. I mean, and again, you can just solve this with reroute nodes, but if you're using reroute nodes with this, then I feel like you're not really changing anything at all. I don't know. Joke's on you, Kenji. My dick's always been a noodle. I kind of feel like electronic nodes is a band-aid solution on top of people who just haven't learned how to use reroute nodes or organize their blueprints effectively. Like, I don't need electronic nodes for this. Some stuff is so small I don't really care if there's any overlap, because it doesn't hurt my understanding of what's going on. Simple reroutes. I don't know. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I'm happy with that. Should I record the video for... I might do that at home. I'm gonna do that after stream. That'll take me a little bit of time to write to them. We got a lot done today, though. We fixed a lot of bugs. We finished up the spinning platforms. We rewrote... Jesus Christ. Rewrote the rotational movement handling of the player movement controller. which magically, honestly, just worked. I'm pretty astounded that that just worked properly. It does feel good to move around, but it's something that you'll have to feel instead of see me doing. Ooh. It's a shame that we couldn't solve those two issues with the movement, but we did learn a lot more about it, and so now I'm educated on the limitations of the character movement controller. Shit. So we'll see what the team says about this and if they like what we're doing. And we were able to combine the just generally rotating component into the one with arms, which is nice. It's so weird that it sometimes works, but just sometimes doesn't. Yeah, whatever. And that's just empty space. I don't want to close it up because I'll have to move everything again. Very good. We can push that, I feel. I don't know if there's any debug text that I haven't removed yet. Whenever I see jumping behave like this, I feel like this is so Fortnite. It does kind of feel like that, doesn't it? Hopefully our game won't feel like Fortnite. We have a big map with a lot of space to fill and a lot of platforming to do. That much I can tell you. Maybe I'll work on some of these sections myself too. Get some LD experience in me. I'd love to work on this vertical climb section of the map that we intend to have. I think that could be pretty fun. And that one will lead to the end through the tree. It'd be fun. It is a big map. It is a really big map. I think we're gonna run into maybe some issues with lighting on this too. We'll see. That and render distance. I think we're gonna have to make heavy use of nanite in a scene like this to optimize view distance in a way that I think looks really good. We shall see. All right, let me go to the bathroom real quick. We will push this to main. And then maybe we have a little bit of extra time. We can watch like a Tim Kaine video or something. That would be fun. All right. Spinning. Oop, that's Colton Chronicles. Spinning obstacles finished. Checking in platform mechanics and initial level block out to main. Good stuff. All right, I can end the recording for YouTube there, and then I'll be right back and we can watch some Tim Kaine stuff. At least one video.